think one thing I can talk about her background, she's an amazing innovator. So we had a T-38 flight, and I'll keep it short, but basically we had to figure out a way to get something. There was really windy, so something got blown down the intake while we were in outbase, and she helped with the tech out of the outbase figure out a way to get it out from inside the engine. So we can talk more about it later, but we'll let them keep watching the suit up here.
Wow. Yeah, really accomplished, our whole team actually, and let's introduce you to our last Crew-8 member here. So this is Alexandra Grabenkin, mission specialist, also a first-time flyer, graduated from the Irkutsk Military Aerospace Engineering Institute in 2002, majoring in the engineering, maintenance, and repair of aircraft radio navigation systems. He then attended the Moscow Technical University of Communications and Informatics, graduating with a degree in radio communications, broadcasting, and television. He was accepted into the Cosmonaut Corps in 2018 and will serve as flight engineer while on board the space station. We're getting a close-up view of him right there. Visors up, so I believe his pressure check was also completed.
Yep, yeah, so Alexander is in one of the newer groups of the cosmonaut classes, and just a testament to the continuing partnership. Laurel's up on the space station now. She got up there via Soyuz. Alexander will be heading up via Dragon, so continuing to learn from him and work with one another.
And so right now, we talked about this a little bit before, but for those who might be joining us for this broadcast and they weren't with us yesterday, so right now, it seems like they have some downtime here and they're kind of hanging out. And why is that, Raja?
So they build in time, so the whole purpose of this, what we're seeing right now in the suit up room, is to leak check the suits. They'll do it again when they get inside the Dragon, but if there's a problem then it can have the potential to have delays to the launch, whereas here they have all the equipment. You can see there's a lot of people, it's easy to move around, so anything that doesn't pass on the suit leak checks, they have the ability to fix it. And so because of that, they build in the assumption of a failed leak check when they build the timeline for this. Maddie there, who's the one with the iPad, has almost like a quarterback has the cuff checklist on her left hand there, so she's got the timeline and then is running everything. But yeah, they build in extra time so that if they did have to fix a part, swap a component, they would have time to do that now. And so in the case where it looks like everyone's suit leak check passed on the first attempt, then you've got a little bit of time left to just relax a little bit, get on cooling. So right now they're umbilicals. They're not on the mobile cooling units yet. I can't tell actually.
I don't see it, yeah.
But so right now this is a good chance to kind of get their MET rates down, get their core body temperature down, because once they get outside in the hot, humid Florida air in a suit, it can get warm fast. So
sure.
This lets them cool off. It's also a chance for them to catch up with these SpaceX folks you're seeing here, 1134, and then I can't see his number, but Rick on the far end. There's lots of different families the astronauts work with. There's obviously their families, their loved ones. There's a SpaceX family. There's a mission control family. There's an ISS family, and so every one of those families is special. They've been working with these people for about 18 to 24 months, and specifically, Rick, Maddie, and Haley are ones they see a lot. And then
this is a shot actually of the astronaut support person, right? So wearing number 21, the one is covered there, but number 21, that is Denise Burnham. And she is a NASA astronaut candidate, graduating actually in 2 days. And what's her role here? Yeah,
so Denise is what we call the ASP, which is the astronaut support person. In the shuttle era, they used to call it the Cape Crusaders, but essentially it's the person that is the eyes and ears of the crew as they're setting up in the final stages for the launch. So she's been in quarantine with them. And in the shuttle era, it would involve being the only other person besides the crew that would go inside and configure switches. What Denise will do, has been doing this whole time in quarantine, as the schedule shift and as there's different meetings and launch, like the weather briefs, all those kind of things. If the crew is unable to make those things as their schedule shifting, she is covering all that. The other, you'll see the very public thing she'll do later on is call from the phone on the pad. But the thing you won't see when they cut the feed here is all the little things. So like getting glasses ready, if like someone has a timer, if they where exactly on their leg they want the iPad positioned. So all those things seem very little, but after so many sims, you kind of have a scan, or we call it a cockpit cross-check, and it's very kind of particular of where you want all those different things, where you want maybe, like I said, like a timer located, as you can see, where you want your watch. And so she's kind of like the expert and knows for each person exactly how they want it configured, to include, Jeanette maybe wants her volume set at whatever on this loop, and having all that preset. So when they get into the Dragon, things are ready to go.
And I do want to point out that everybody else who's in a black suit, SpaceX employees.
Correct. Yep.
The
We call them the
only
ninjas.
person, yep, the only person who's a NASA employee in a black suit is Denise.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, and you can see the other folks in the room. So that they're in crew quarters, and they're basically just watching the clock at this point.
Yeah, and you were saying that it is more comfortable for them to be sitting because the suits kind of scrunch them down.
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me of that. Yeah, I mentioned that yesterday, but forgot to bring it up again tonight. So they're not just lounging; it's actually a physical reason they're laying there. So you saw when they did the pressure checks, the helmets expand, and the reason they are very tight is because you want to have expansion, and you still want to be able to see out of the visor when it's pressurized, but that means when it's not pressurized, like right now, if you were to stand up, it kind of hunches you over, and you'll see that both when they stand up here, and it's really obvious when they go out to the pad and they're trying to look up at the rocket. You have to lean backwards, and so it puts pressure on your head and on your shoulders and back. So the longer you can be in a reclined position, the more comfortable it is.
Right, because they're in this room until about 3 hours and 24 minutes. So they have quite some time. They're ahead of schedule. Again, no problem there.
Which is great news. You can see that little blue thing that was dangling outside Jeanette's helmet is her earpiece. And so the reason they haven't popped out is since they're not getting comm through the umbilical, they're talking to people in the room. So they have one out, one in most cases, so they can hear the conversations of people talking to them. But they still usually will have one in so that if there is anything, when they do the umbilical checks, when they're doing those suit leak pressure checks, they're talking to them through the earpieces. So it's kind of a 50-50, so they can hear both.
Really cool insight. I didn't know that. I did know that they got comms, but... All right, so I have a question for you as we take a look at Matt and Mike there. How long has this crew trained together?
So between 18 and 24 months is the whole training flow. It kind of depends on whether you're doing a backup flow or not, but it's not just the Dragon training. So as you're seeing some different shots here, that's the SATA chamber, so you can see Mike and Jeanette suiting up Matt, so practicing all the ops that would go along with that. We use the T-38 as a great analog because it involves talking to another person, having to work together as a crew, talking to a ground control station. This is the ISS simulator in Building 9 at Johnson Space Center, where we spend a lot of time doing space station training for both nominal and off-nominal scenarios. Jeanette's working on some of the science payloads they'll see, so that's part of it, is anticipating what science we're going to be doing on the space station, because that's the whole reason we're there, is to do science, and so being familiar with that before we show up. This is a shot out at Hawthorne, which is where the high-fidelity trainer, also called the Buck, is at, that trains the inside of the Endeavour capsule they'll be in today. And so so those are kind of the big elements, but all those things are happening over the 18 to 24 months prior to launch to include robotics training. They'll do spacewalk training, so that's all continuing as well.
But also just learning about each other, right? Like the camaraderie, but also like learning maybe what people like to do, don't like to do, how they respond to things, right?
Exactly, and that's probably the biggest piece of it. There's the technical side of the training, but there's also the soft skills and the team building that happens. And at this point, knowing how to read when someone's stressed or has bandwidth to deal with something if it's an off-nominal situation. So you spend a lot of time in sims kind of debriefing how things went and then trying to adjust going forward. You see some of the other folks in there in the top center of the screen is Shannon Walker and Norm Knight. So Shannon's the deputy chief of the astronaut office, and then Norm's the chief of the flight operations directorate. And so they also have been in quarantine this whole time. To the left of Denise is Piotr, who was on the space station up with me, spent a year up there, a cosmonaut, and so he's down here with Alexander's, also has been in quarantine with him. And it looks like they are on the mobile cooling units now.
And those mobile cooling units are those blue boxes that we see tethered to them, right?
They are, yep. They're very similar technology to what was used early in the space program. It's kind of rebuilt on the inside, but this, it was a good concept then. It's still a good concept now, but that allows them to continue to get cooling as they go, as they start walking out and go out in the Teslas.
You can tell everyone that Raja is very knowledgeable. And so we are inviting you to challenge him with your questions over the next 4.5 hours. Jump on X, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch and send in your question with the hashtag AskNASA. We look forward to hearing from you and answering as many questions as we can live. I got some good ones yesterday.
Yeah, we'll see if we can come up with any stumpers.
And one other programming note. So right now, you'll notice that Raja and I are just commentating off camera, just audio commentary for now. But about an hour before launch, we plan to expand our coverage. We're going to introduce you to more commentators from SpaceX and NASA. And then at that point, we're going to come on camera. And for that last, again, hour before liftoff, and then until our 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut are in orbit, we will walk you through all that action.
So I should say, so at 4 hours, you heard the voice of, well, I'll hold off here. So just getting up, you can see what I was talking about before. You can see Mike is hunched over from the helmet weight and the suit weight.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, the suits themselves, their gloves are, their hands are still in the gloves. When you've done the pressure checks, you can see the visors can go up and down. They are allowed to take their hands in and out of the gloves as well, because they are going to do another pressure check, and so that's just kind of crew preference if they're getting warm or not. What they generally don't want to have to do is get out of the suit completely, because that would then raise some concern of whether the leak check they did, anything could change.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing they're doing now is, we talked about a little bit yesterday, there's some Velcro tabs and hooks underneath different parts of the suit, and so those allow them to basically make it flush so that as they get into the spacecraft, straps don't get caught or cords don't get tangled and anything like that. So it's mostly just a half ergonomic, half just to keep things clean.
And while it looks like they're posing for some photos there in the suit up room, why don't we talk a little bit about their day so far before they got in here? So after yesterday's scrub, we talked about this, Raja, in the interest of sleep shifting, and we'll talk a little bit about that after I go through this. They went to bed at 2 a.m. Eastern time and then woke up at 11 a.m. today. They had breakfast, more like lunch, again, sleep shifting, followed by a workout and some family time. And then lunch and dinner moved up 22 minutes from yesterday. They had that about 4:10. Medical checks, other flight day preps. Now they're suiting up and are about to play a card game.
They are. So it's a long-standing tradition with the chief of the astronaut office playing with the crew prior to heading out to launch.
Deputy today.
Deputy chief, yeah. And I think we talked a little bit yesterday. I think the really important part about this is the fact that the leadership is there. And you might say, well, why is the deputy there? Where's the chief? So the chief of the astronaut office, Joe Akaba, is actually coming back from the Pacific Ocean. So he was out there doing a massive training event with the U.S. Navy with the Artemis II crew, practicing and recovering them. So
it looks like she split the deck.
Yep.
She's now dealing. And the point of this card game is so that the commander loses, to use up his bad luck, so that he proceeds with good luck. The whole team proceeds with good luck through launch and their whole mission. I think he did not lose, so we're redealing. Do you recognize this card game, Raja?
So it can change from crew to crew. So I'm not exactly sure. It looks like maybe they're going high card. And I think Mike won.
And this is really a moment of levity, right? Like before.
Yeah, especially if everything's on timeline. Like the case tonight, they didn't have any suit issues. They're ahead on the timeline, so it's actually a nice chance to just kind of hang out and relax again with the people who've supported you and worked with you, not just these last few weeks, but really the last 18 to 24 months.
If it is high card, I thought it looked like he lost, but
well, you can tell by the fact he's laughing, which is not unusual for Matt. I think at this point they're just having some fun. Looks like it's down to just Shannon and Matt.
Traditions are important, right?
They are, and like I said, I think it's really, I know Norm, Joe, and Shannon are all very passionate about making sure that they are in quarantine all the time for all these missions. I had the chance with the scrub to meet with the administrator staff yesterday and today, and yeah, the amount of support and vigilance that goes into human space flights, both impressive and warranted.
Yeah, and it looks like he lost, but there were cheers. It's a very counterintuitive, but But the idea is a really nice one, and again, a nice moment for the crew to do something with each other before they really get into the motions of this timeline and counting down to liftoff.
You can see the camera behind Matt, their patches on the wall there. So one of the other traditions they would have done probably yesterday, since it would have been before they suited up, is sign around that patch on the wall back there. And then you can see the stickers out just kind of off to the left that are the stickers of the previous crews, the signatures of them around there.
Yeah, we actually have video of them doing that.
Oh, gotcha.
You jump
there you go. Sorry, I should read the script.
So this is Matt. He's holding the Crew-8 patch, like you said. He stuck it onto the wall there as part of a tradition that's been happening. That's why you see all this number of patches that Raja mentioned. And then there's all their signatures. Also patches line the outer rim of the doors that they will soon walk out of. That's scheduled for T-minus 3 hours and 20 minutes. So still a little bit to go. You
can see a lot more patches, a lot more history coming out of that door. Like you mentioned earlier, Megan, been doing that since Apollo 7, walking out of that door. And so if you ever get the chance to go out there, you'll see shuttle patches, and a long lineage of patches. And there's a wider view of the folks that are waiting for the walkout.
And when we get a live shot, we're going to see 3 Teslas lined up. And we will have Matt and Mike, commander and pilot. They'll get into the second Tesla, and then we will have the mission specialists in the last Tesla. So this is a gathering of media that are here to cover the crew walkout, obviously, but also family and friends. Select family and friends, though.
Yeah, and you can tell there's kind of like 3 rows, if you will. So the aftmost one is the people who haven't been in any kind of quarantine, the general public, press. That intermediate one is extended family who maybe weren't able to go into hard quarantine. And then the furthest up one, closest to the crew, are the immediate family who've been in quarantine with them, and then their escorts. And so you can see there's some blue flight suits down there. To the far right, it's Jessica Watkins. So she's escorting Matt's family. Jess Whitner is just to the left of her. She's in the new class, also graduating in a few days with Denise, and escorting Jeanette's family members. And then I can't quite see off camera. I think probably to the right is Steve Bowen, who's escorting Mike Barrett's family members. And then further right, you'll see later, the other people that are in this group are the NASA administrator and some other senior leaders who have been down here supporting the crew and out to see launch.
Now, we asked folks to send in some questions for you, Raja, and of course, they're sending questions in. We love that.
Excellent.
So let's pull up our first Ask NASA question. This is from Sebastian Vaquero on YouTube asking, do you have a cooling garment under that suit? Your suit? I'm assuming the Crew-8 suit.
I'm assuming you're talking about the IV suit. So yes and no. So the suits you're seeing in the room they're in, there's no cooling garment in that. So it's basically like a black spandex, like dry fit type material that they're wearing. And there's the shot. You can see Administrator Nelson he's the one with the jeans with his back towards us. Jim Free is the senior civil servant at NASA. He's in the
Associate Administrator of NASA,
glasses. And then Pam Melroy, just to the right of the administrator, is the deputy administrator. So they're in. Once the crew comes out, Administrator Nelson will go behind that first stanchion, and then forward of them is where the immediate families will be at.
Yeah, it's always nice to see NASA leadership here supporting, again, this continuation of NASA's Commercial Crew program, a very successful program that's sending astronauts to the International Space Station really every 6 months from U.S. soil.
It's pretty impressive. And yeah, to answer the suit question, so in the SpaceX IV suit, which stands for in-vehicle suit, there's not a cooling garment. There is airflow, and so it's basically the convection of that airflow that takes heat off the body, and then I mentioned before that the air actually comes out, and so that's what keeps you cool. In the EVA suits, or the extravehicular activity suits that we wear for spacewalks, those do have liquid cooling garments, and so in that case it's water that's actively going through tubes in the suit and then going through a sublimator to vacuum to chill it. And it just has to do with the workload and the MET rate. So in the IV suit, it's not really meant to do a spacewalk. It's meant to be still strapped in and restrained in the seat, because you saw when they were doing those suit checks how their arms and legs kind of puffed out, and so it's not meant to really be mobile. It's just meant to protect you to get home, and so meaning that you're not really working very hard and getting very hot, whereas in the EMU, which we do on spacewalks, you're absolutely working very hard, and so
For hours.
And so you need something to basically offload the heat from your body.
So very different kinds of suits.
Exactly.
So again, these are the 2 Teslas that they will be getting in for their ride to the pad. And the license plate, always fun to see. Yay, space.
Yep, so continuing a tradition that I learned about a year ago of always incorporating the number of the crew into the license plate. And Tom Marshburn, who was my pilot on Crew 3, hooked me up last night when I had my own senior moment and couldn't remember my own license plate, and sent me a photo of ours. So ours was Send It, with the 3 being the E.
Yep. And then some other ones, the most recent ones. So Crew 7 was bye. So there wasn't a 7 in it, but it was 7 letters. So B-Y. E. E. I forgot one E. And then Crew 6's license plate was Dragon. The G was a 6. And then for Crew 5, it was Blast Off, and a 5 for the S. So again, fun moments that we like to incorporate into the mission. And here we have Jessica Watkins, NASA astronaut, playing with, I think those are Matt's daughters,
They are,
right?
yeah. And so it's not just the crew that's having to sleep shift, it's families that have to sleep shift. And so I know from my own experience that sleep shifting 3 kids, or 2 in Matt's case, can be challenging. So
And actually,
Waddy is helping out, I'm sure, with that.
the youngest daughter there who's playing with Waddy, as you said, it was her birthday on Thursday.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's her birthday on Thursday, sorry.
The person to the right of Waddy, Morgan, has the mask hanging down. So there's a whole team of family support folks in the astronaut office that also help as well, and they just do an amazing job with the coordinating all this. You can imagine, like, keeping track of who can be where and who can get so close to the crew or not close to the crew. So this whole week, actually, she and a team have been helping with extended family, doing events, trying to let everyone be as much of part of this as they can, but also keeping the crew safe and healthy.
Mm-hmm. And it's also nice, right, to feel like the whole office is supporting your family as you have a loved one who's about to go into space.
Yeah, there's no question. It's probably the most important job we have in our office, other than being on the rocket. The next most important thing is taking care of the families whose loved ones are on the rocket.
So T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes. About 6 minutes until we expect to see the astronauts again, but they will be walking down the hall into an elevator and then out the doors under the sign with their names on it and their mission patch that you see towards the middle of your screen, the back of it. People are actually walking out of those doors right now.
Yeah, so they'll start setting up the cars. You'll see some of the SpaceX folks start coming out. You'll see the flight docs probably come out, so they'll be wearing blue flight suits and head to the aft vehicles. Like we mentioned before, so at this point, Denise, the ASP, is actually helping do all that final configuration for them. So kind of getting things arranged in their pockets, doing some probably coordination with anyone that's out at the pad right now of what state the vehicle's in, things like that. So all that's kind of happening in the background before they come walking out here.
As you can see, we have a camera ready, so we won't miss it, and we'll be bringing you that walk live.
Yep. And so for context, you're staring down basically half of the hallway of crew quarters. It goes behind the camera as well, but this view, the suit up room is about halfway down the left-hand side, and then in the far distance you can see like wooden doors. That's the medical area, and then beyond that are essentially like the hotel, like little hotel rooms, dorm room type things. And then on the right side, there's a conference room along the way. That's where they would have got the weather brief earlier this evening.
Yeah, I've never been in there, but I did look it up, and I was like, wow, there's a lot in there.
Yeah, it's a pretty large. I mean, it's maybe half lodging, and the other half is workspace, conference facilities. You need to have your own washer and dryer, because you can't send your clothes anywhere else. You have to wash it all in quarantine since you can't leave. A pretty sizable set of refrigerators and kitchens, because again, you have to pack for at least 14 days worth of quarantine. So it's kind of like a giant camping trip where you can't go, you can't leave.
Sizable crowd out here as we take an aerial shot from our flight ops team here at Kennedy.
Yeah, and the other folks you're not seeing with the NASA administrator leadership that are on hand, and got a chance to meet with them yesterday after the scrub, were some FAA folks who are on hand, and huge kudos to the FAA and all the work they do for the licensing and all the deconfliction that has to happen. If you think about the fact that this rocket's going up the eastern seaboard, that means planes can't be there, and so they are constantly doing that, and as well on all of our Artemis development programs. So they are a big piece of the government effort to do this.
All right, we have another question on social media. This is Jenny on Instagram, and she asks, what meal did you guys, the crew, have before flight? I know this answer.
So you have it for that. You have it. Yeah, I think Megan's got the answer for them, and I can talk about what we had for Crew-3.
Yeah, sure. What did you have for the Crew-3?
Well, so we actually got to have two because we had which is unusual since we had a pretty significant launch delay. So the great thing we did on our second one though was have a group meal. So I think it was actually Thai food with key lime pie, I think.
That sounds yummy.
Yeah, it was delicious. Now I'm actually pretty hungry.
I'm very hungry,
So,
yes.
No more questions about food.
I have a banana. That's literally all I have for you. You said ultimate meals. I do just want to talk a little bit about that. Why is it called the ultimate meal?
So we avoid calling it the last meal for obvious reasons, because it's not your last meal, and it's just your ultimate meal before you leave. And really the difference when that meal from the other meals you have in crew quarters, all of them are made by the staff, and everything has to be checked before it can come into the facility since we're in quarantine. But the majority, well, all the meals are basically everyone's eating the same thing. So they'll make whatever the menu is, that's what everyone has. But the ultimate meal, basically each crew member can request the specific thing they want, and then they'll make that for that particular meal.
And so for pilot Mike Barrett, his ultimate meal was grilled salmon and veggies. Commander Matt Dominic, he said he'll have whatever Mike's having because he trusts Mike's culinary expertise. Then we have mission specialist Jeanette Epps. She asked for butter chicken. And then Alexander asked for nothing special, soup, meat, and veggies.
I'm even more hungry.
All right, we are now looking at 1 minute and 43 seconds away from when we expect to see Crew-8 walking down the hallway. They'll take an elevator down and then out the O&C doors to this crowd of folks wanting to wish them good luck for their 6-month mission to the International Space Station.
Just to the left, to Jim Free's left is Vanessa Weish, who's the center director at Johnson Space Center. And then you can see Pam Melroy talking with Mike Barrett's family. All right, here they come.
All right, here they come. In front, Matt and Mike, commander and pilot, and now we have the mission specialist, Alexander and Jeanette. Applause from folks around them as they walk down the hallway here in crew quarters and are getting inside an elevator, their first few steps before their big trip.
And this is kind of a cool surprise. I don't know if they got this far yesterday since we didn't cut the feed, but I at least didn't know that there'd be that banner in there when we got in the elevator with all the signatures. So it's a really cool thing because as soon as the doors close and the camera's on, you can turn around and see all the signatures of all the folks that you worked with on that banner, which is kind of a really touching time. And like I said, the surprise factor, we didn't know it was there.
And actually, yeah, that's a good note to point out from yesterday. So yesterday, they decided to stand down from the launch attempt right before this moment, actually. We were waiting for Crew-8 to walk down the hallway when the launch director came onto the mission audio loops, and you guys heard that live for yourselves, and that's when they said that they were standing down from yesterday's launch attempt because of elevated winds of the ascent corridor. But again, we are looking much better today, and I think we're going to see a launch. The launch weather officers telling the team a little bit before the T-4 hour mark that it's looking like a good day to fly. Now we are expecting the crew to walk out in about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. It doesn't take them that long to get there, right, Raja? But again, we're sticking to a very strict timeline.
Right, everything's got pad built into it, and then it's sort of like a funnel. The closer and closer you get to actual launch, there's less ability to have that pad. And so you build that in, so if there was a problem, then you don't have to rush on the end, because as you heard him call it at the very beginning, it's an instantaneous launch window. And that comes out of the fact that the Falcon 9 is fueled on the pad, and if the fuel immediately starts to boil off, due to the temperatures. And so unlike some launch vehicles where you can sit there for a while and have launch holds, that's not something you do with the Falcon 9. So at the time it's got to go, it's got to go. So they build these pads in. Instead of having launch holds, they build this pad in. And that's essentially the equivalent, it gets you the equivalent effect without actually stopping the clock.
Sure. And this is unique to SpaceX.
It is, yep. Yeah.
You said this yesterday, but it looks like we might be running out of space on.
The right-hand side of the door frame there is, you can see it's the recent SpaceX mission, so I can spot mine easily, but so it's 3 down from the top right, there's 3, and then 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and yeah, I think we got maybe 2 spots left, then we got to go below the railing or jump over to the left side, so I'm sure they'll come up with something. We might have to add another NASA meatball sign on the door.
It's a good problem to
It
have,
is, yeah.
right? With all the space flights that are happening from here at Kennedy again.
Yeah, we talked about yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of the Demo 1 mission.
Right.
And so it's kind of mind-boggling when you think about how much has changed in human commercial space flight here in the United States in the last 5 years, where in that short period of time we went from not having the ability to get our astronauts to space on our own to now we're on the 8th operational rotation of a commercial vehicle. It's pretty amazing. One where the booster flies itself back, one where we reuse the capsule, we reuse the booster. Tonight's a new booster, but this is the 5th time we're using the Endeavour capsule, which is also a record, so just amazing.
Yeah, it's a real testament to what we can accomplish when we put our minds to it. I mean, we created this commercial crew program to partner with commercial companies so that we can do this more frequently and reliable.
Yep, you're absolutely right. And it has been a partnership from the beginning. One of the things we'll see later tonight, we'll talk about the team in Hawthorne, we'll talk about the team in Houston, but what a lot of folks don't realize is there's actually a whole other team in a place called Hangar X over on the Cape side that is chock full of NASA engineers from Marshall, from Johnson, from Kennedy, who are looking at the telemetry streams and working with the SpaceX teams on the status of the launch vehicle.
As you can see, our camera is focused in on the doors out of the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy, because in less than 30 seconds, we expect Crew-8 to walk out and greet a crowd of folks here, hoping to wish them well on their trip.
You can see some faces behind the window there, so it looks like they're on time.
Here they come, Crew-8, taking their first steps outside before their journey to the International Space Station. We hear some cheers,
yep.
Them waving. From left to right, let me introduce you. We have Mission Specialist Alexandra Grubenkin, then we have Pilot Michael Barrett, Commander Matt Dominic, and Mission Specialist Jeanette Epps. They're walking now to greet family and friends who came specifically for them. They have assigned spots with assigned stanchions of people. Exactly,
yeah. So what you'll see is they won't go any further down towards where the administrator is standing, so that's as close as they'll get to them since they haven't been in quarantine, and then their families, the immediate families, are staying behind the stanchions there. And once they get in the vehicles, the families that have been in quarantine will come up to the windows.
Nice big wave for the camera from Alexander there. Now we have a shot of Michael. Do you recognize, are those his kids there? Or?
Well, the ones he's right in front of right now are the administrator.
Yep.
I can see the administrator, Nelson. I think he went to talk to them, and he's going back by his kids.
Because I know he has adult children.
He does, yep. Yeah, Mike's kids are adults. I think I can see Steve and his wife, and I think his adult kids are behind Steve in the second stanchion there.
We're getting some audio from the feed. Let's see if we can listen in to what folks might be saying.
All right, so Haley's giving him the wrap it up, number 34. Like I said, like one of the key SpaceX members that the crew is very familiar with, and she's kind of helping run this whole timeline. So they're going to start working towards the Teslas, and you'll see the families then come up to the windows and be able to talk to them there as well.
Yeah, we are expecting them to leave the ONC here at around T-minus 3 hours and 15 minutes. Another great cheer from the crowd as we see Jeanette Epps taking her seat in her Tesla. She'll be joined by Alexander Gurbenkin. And then in front of them, we have Matt and Mike, who just got seated as well.
And then the people in the Teslas with them are the SpaceX ninjas, and usually there'll be a suit tech, and then either a flight doc or 2 suit techs. Just kind of the mix kind of depends, but so you're kind of always ready to respond if anything is having problems with the suits.
And so they're also going to attach them to their umbilicals in the cooling units again. That's why we also have the second opportunity for families to go up.
Correct. Yeah. So that's why they limit them on time, just so they don't get too hot, as it is not as bad tonight, but some nights can be pretty hot and humid. But once they're in the vehicles, those cooling units are there, so they can plug back in and start getting cooling flow again. And like we mentioned before, it's much more comfortable for the crew to be sitting than it is to be standing. It offloads the weight of the suit off their shoulders and head.
And so the folks who are at the cars right now, they've been in quarantine.
Exactly. Yep. Those are there's other extended family, but those can't actually come up to the window because they haven't been in hard quarantine the whole time.
Looks like Matt's wife is.
Yep.
And the 2 daughters. Wadi's taking a picture of them with Matt in the car there.
So it looks like Mike's adult children were able to go to the front of the car, just not up to the window. You can see his wife's over there by the window, which is pretty standard. Again, only the folks that are actually in quarantine getting that close enough to actually talk to the crew with the windows down.
You know, since we did see that Matt has younger children, I know you had younger children when you flew. How did you prepare them for this moment, or how was that moment with them?
It's interesting. I think each family kind of deals with their own way. So we talked a lot about it before and during.
And now we can see the crew is departing from the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, beginning their 20-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A. In the words of their license plates, yay, space. Now, we again want to invite those who are watching to participate by asking Raja a question here as we see the convoy hang a right. Again, they're going to be driving through Kennedy Space Center. Just hop on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or X. Send your question, #AskNASA, and we will answer as many as we can. And as they begin their drive out, it's usually less than 20 minutes. But as we begin the drive, let's again hear from Commander Matt Dominic. Again, first space flight, but he has more than 1,600 flight hours and 61 combat missions as a naval aviator.
I am most excited for the future of spaceflight for an inflection point that I feel is coming. If you look at the history of civilization and various inflection points, you know, things just kind of take off. I am NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic, Commander, NASA's SpaceX Crew-8 mission to the International Space Station. I grew up in Wheat Ridge, Colorado. I was the oldest of 2 brothers. I had 2 parents that were amazing in that they encouraged my curiosity. Growing up there in the Rockies and the outdoors, there's so many things to go and do and see. I've always wanted to explore and satiate my curiosity for the world around me. And so I just kept pushing throughout my life. I joined the Navy because I wanted to fly airplanes, I wanted to go fast, I wanted to test airplanes. And so astronaut for me was just the next logical step in life to keep going and keep exploring and keep pushing myself further in terms of intellectual curiosity about the world around me. I've been at NASA now for about 6 years, and I'm super excited to fly in space. Working and training with Crew-8 is absolutely awesome. We have a diverse group of academic and intellectual backgrounds that come together, and also an international component. It is such a blast to watch the crew grow as we started training over time, to watch that team dynamics develop as we get ready to launch. We're starting to see what makes each other tick, what's important to each other. I view Crew-8 like an Olympic torchbearer. That's where I see Crew-8. We are a torchbearer on that path to the Olympics that are going to occur in the future as we move humanity forward. We're going up there to relieve Crew-7, Crew-9 will relieve us, and we are keeping the flame of space, human presence in low Earth orbit, alive. If you're a studier of science or statistics, you know that you always want to have a big N, and that just means sample size, to understand the thing you're studying. So just launching 1 or 2 or 10 or 15 people to space leaves you with a very small sample size. So every time we launch 4 more people to space, we're building our sample size and our understanding of the human body and the things that happen to it in a zero-gravity environment. That sets us up to go to the moon. It sets us up to go to Mars. Many folks think of NASA and they think we're using crazy cutting-edge technology and all kinds of adjectives and superlatives to make space work. There's no smoke and mirrors, there's no magic. It is just hard work through the laws of physics and basic material science to get us into orbit. That's the magic. We are part of a massive team of people that need to continue continuous human presence in low Earth orbit and not letting that flame go out. We are line soldiers on the ground marching to make sure that this continues. And just being a small part of that and continuing that is what's important.
The Crew-8 convoy continues their drive across Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A. It will be the 3rd launch to space for the pilot of Crew-8. Michael Barrett has previously flown on Expedition 1920 in 2009 and STS-133 in 2011. Here's more on the doctor from League City, Texas.
The ISS is, I would say, a very critical stepping stone in human exploration beyond low Earth orbit. I'm NASA astronaut Mike Barrett, pilot of the Crew-8 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Vancouver, Washington, in the southwest part of the state. Grew up around the city of Camas, a very small town in a farming community. And we had about 80 acres or so. We raised sheep and cattle, and it was a really great upbringing. There was plenty of the natural world around us to really be fascinating. And I had interest sparked in astronomy and oceanography and photography. I built telescopes in high school, and I had this commanding dark sky out there. It was really quite magnificent. And I went through these phases of only wanting to be an oceanographer or only wanting to be an astronomer. And all this with the backdrop of always having to fix things and get up and take care of animals and a certain amount of discipline, which I probably didn't appreciate so much at the time, but I certainly do now. The combination of those demands for living and an interest in natural sciences, I think, partly what led me to where I am today. I came to Johnson Space Center in 1991, and I've never left, except when I left the planet a couple times. But I spent 9 years as a NASA flight surgeon, and I would say that is absolutely one of the dream jobs at NASA. I think my passion is the human in space, how we adapt, how we prepare for space, how we rehab when we come back, and how our physiology changes. And so that job allows you to dabble in all of those things and be among the last of the people who see the crew before they launch, the first who see them when they land, and to talk to them every day. That was an amazing experience. And I was very, very lucky to transition to the astronaut corps in the year 2000. The last time I was on the International Space Station was in 2011. I was fortunate to fly the last flight of the Space Shuttle Discovery, and she was a magnificent station at the time, and we actually put the permanent multipurpose module into place, and we kind of considered the station complete at that time, and again, it was not small. Since that time, she's actually grown quite a bit. So what I expect to find is the core of the station that I left, that I loved so much, that I spent over 200 days on, plus some new modules, some new research capabilities, and I think as important as anything, new docking ports for new generation spacecraft. What I remember most fondly from my first mission was looking out the window and just hanging out with my shipmates at the galley table at the end of a long workday. My personal goal is really to see my crew become part of it, help build it, and have us all come down so much better than we were. If we do that and we've executed our mission and we're fatigued, tired, but giddy with success, that's what I'm looking for.
The Crew-8 convoy now passing Kennedy's iconic Vehicle Assembly Building. Now this is where NASA will stack its Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft for Artemis II, which is expected to launch in September of next year, and it'll send 4 astronauts around the moon.
And amazing efforts going. As I mentioned, that's where the chief of the astronaut office is now, is working with the Artemis II crew on recovery, and we'll be stacking the Orion on top of the SLS there in no time at all. It's going to fly by, and they'll be sending humans around the moon for the first time in a long time.
There's the VAB there. You see the big meatball on the left hand of your screen. You can't miss that building here.
On a dry day when you're flying here in a T-38, when you hit the west coast of Florida, you can actually see it. If it's clear and dry, you can actually see the VAB from the west coast of the peninsula, because it's the biggest thing. It's so massive.
Yeah. And we have a former technical intelligence officer for the CIA and U.S. patent holder flying with Crew-8. Here's more on mission specialist Jeanette Epps.
What I love about space exploration is finding out new things, learning new things we never thought we would learn in my lifetime. My name is Jeanette Epps. I am a mission specialist for the NASA SpaceX Crew-8 mission to the International Space Station. I am from Syracuse, New York, where it's very cold. I am one of 7 children. My twin sister, Janet, yes, Janet and Jeanette, we both loved science as kids. Janet went on to become a molecular cell biologist, and I became an aerospace engineer. I think I always secretly wanted to become an astronaut. I just never thought that it was something that was obtainable. In 2008, a friend of mine, Leland Melvin, called me and said that they were accepting applications for the next class. I thought it was my last chance to apply, and so I did. June 2009, I received a phone call from Peggy Whitson, and she asked if I wanted to join the astronaut corps. It was very overwhelming and emotional for me to actually get that call and be selected. Prior to coming to NASA, I worked for Ford Motor Company, and then I went on to work for the Central Intelligence Agency. At both of those places, I learned to be very deep in technical matters, but then also how to become operational. Our mission will entail getting on the vehicle, flying to the space station, taking care of the International Space Station, and then we'll also conduct experiments. Each individual will be an experiment in and of themselves, how our cells behave, how our blood changes, how our bone density changes, muscle mass. We're looking at everything to figure out countermeasures for the human body so that it can live longer and longer outside the Earth's protection. Not only will we be an experiment, but we'll have other experiments on board that we'll conduct. The experiments that we conduct hopefully will get the human body and other things to the moon, and then from the moon to Mars. I will be the GEM specialist, which is the Japanese experiment module. I may get a chance to operate their robotic arm to help them with experiments that they'll do outside of the space station. Since this will be my first trip to the International Space Station, I'm looking forward to viewing the Earth from an amazing vantage point, but also experiencing all the nuances that go along with that. As we walk to the launch pad, as we're strapped into the vehicle, the things that I believe I'll be feeling: unbelief, surrealism, but also joy. And then once we go into orbit, just to see the Earth from that vantage point, and then thinking of ways that we're gonna work on the space station that's gonna help our home that we're now untethered to. When I get to the space station, I'm expecting that it will be like home. We've trained so much here on Earth in the mock-up that looks just like the International Space Station. The biggest thing I'll have to do is adapt to space during the first 2 weeks of being there, and then I'll settle into home.
An aerial view as we get into Crew-8's Mission Specialist 2, cosmonaut Alexander Grubenkin. He has an engineering degree in radio communications, broadcasting, and television.
Действительно того, что мы получая на орбите, используем на Земле. Поэтому, если прямо вот вкратце, это ведь и новые материалы, это новые лекарства, новые какие-то открытия, которые связаны именно, скажем так, здоровьем людей, то есть обследования, которые там возможны. Я Александр Гребенкин, я являюсь специалистом полета миссии Crew-8 на Международную космическую станцию. Целей несколько. Основная из этих целей — это, конечно же, та научно-прикладная работа, которая будет выполняться с использованием различного оборудования, с использованием различных укладок. Это, конечно же, задачи, связанные с обслуживанием, своевременным ремонтом и дооснащением систем Международной космической станции. Это очень действительно важно, потому что космонавтика, она в первую очередь приносит пользу именно здесь, как бы это ни казалось странным, на Земле. в условиях микрогравитации. Они позволяют открывать новые горизонты, разрабатывать новые препараты. Это все используется впоследствии здесь, на Земле. Есть даже сведения о том, что некоторые заболевания, которые раньше ожидание увидеть нашу красавицу Землю с высоты орбитального полета, и то, что я задумал много-много лет назад, пока буду осторожен в высказываниях, штатно мы услышим заветный Liftoff и подъем, и окажемся на станции, и будем, самое главное...
You are seeing live images now of Crew-8's convoy arriving at Launch Pad 39A. They'll be driving around the back, right, Raja?
Yep, yeah, they kind of take a circuitous route, head up to some trailers, basically have a bio break if they need it before they head out to up to the elevator to the rocket.
A bathroom break.
Yeah. Some awesome videos there of the crew members. It was really cool seeing Mike Barrett when he was first a flight doc at NASA. I don't think I'd seen some of those pictures before.
Yeah. And real quick about the bathroom break, this is the last opportunity they're going to have, right?
Right. I mean, they've got what's called MAGs, maximum absorbency garments, which is a fancy acronym for a diaper. But yeah, this is the last chance to not use a diaper.
And you don't have to be an astronaut to share in this experience of traveling to space. Just check out our Crew-5 astronauts as they explain how you can get a virtual guest passport.
Did you know there's been over 1 million registrations in NASA's virtual guest program since May 2020? From your neighbor to the Crew-5 astronauts, you might be surprised who is a NASA virtual guest.
Do you have Mars 2020?
I do. Do you have James Webb?
Sure do. Do you have Crew-5?
Well, I've got it here, and you guys have it here, but I missed it here.
We conducted over 200 science experiments and technology demonstrations on our mission. We love being part of Expedition 68. We even remembered a virtual guest passport for Einstein, our freefall indicator, but we forgot to register. I missed the stamp.
Even if you're doing existing research, never miss a stamp from NASA's virtual guest program. Whether you're en route to the International Space Station or located anywhere around the globe, register at nasa.gov/virtual guests to receive updates on missions and milestones. As a virtual guest, you will receive curated resources and a stamp for your passport following a successful launch.
Remember, you only get the updates and stamp if you register.
I joined. I won't miss it next time.
And if you missed the QR code or the website that they had up on your screen there, we're going to bring it up for you one more time. Here's the QR code on the bottom right. Just scan it, or nasa.gov/virtual guest. It's really important for us here at NASA to include as many people as possible to really bring you into what we hope to accomplish by heading into space.
Yeah, there's it's obviously only so many people can get on site here at KSC. It's late at night, so yeah, the more people that we can bring in and watch virtually and from home, the better. And hopefully the next generation of kids out there who's going to solve all the problems we need to solve to be able to live on the moon and Mars. So I know we don't have all the solutions, but I know someone out there does.
We are now T-minus 2 hours, 59 minutes, 28 seconds and counting. The crew arrived early to the pad. That was scheduled for T-minus 2 hours and 55 minutes. Right now, as Raja said, they are taking their last real bathroom break before they're going to get into the launch tower there, walk across the crew access arm that you see at the top of your screen there, and into their Dragon spacecraft, Dragon Endeavour.
And there's also some time here. More than likely, they're probably getting some updates on the weather. We mentioned before, the ASP had kind of set up their equipment. Different crew members have different ways of setting up things on their legs and on their suits in terms of whether it's on a card or whether they put notes in the iPad that they have on. And so this is also the time to kind of, any of these free moments you have are times you're sort of going through that mental rehearsal or kind of configuring things, making sure your notes are where you want them.
Right.
So it's always nice to be a little bit ahead as opposed to feeling rushed to have that stuff set up.
just to set expectations for what we will soon see. So in pairs, right, Raja, we're going to see the commander, Matt, and the pilot, Mike. They'll be the first to take a look at their rocket and then head up the launch tower, yeah?
Exactly, yeah, and it's mainly driven by when you get the strap-in part, trying to have all 4 people strap in at the same time would be kind of get crowded. And so for that reason, they do 2 at a time, and they do the 2 middle seats first. Like you said, Matt and Mike will get in, and then the 2 outer seats. So that's the reason they split it up into like a 2v2.
Yeah, we're going to take our viewers inside the crew access arm in the white room, which is the room that's at the end of the crew access arm just before they get into the Dragon spacecraft. I mean, they're going to see that it's tight.
Yeah, and the reason it's tight was partially just because you're on the top of a giant tower, but also because it's essentially a clean room. They call it the white room, which harkens back to original days of space flight, the terminology that was used then. But it's basically it is a mobile clean room, so you can see all that black plastic and rubber. Those are seals, and so it is. And then you can see the air hose running into the cabin. So it is not hot and humid in there like it is outside that area. And so they're temperature controlling it, humidity controlling it, but most importantly, what we call foreign object debris controlling for that, because even something like a human hair across that hatch could keep it from sealing. And so you'll see that's why they wear those black ninja outfits. They'll have the masks and everything on to keep anything. They'll have booties on. You can see that white square thing before the hatch is sticky material, so that catches any lints, little pieces of pebbles or whatever that might have been picked up as they go from the elevator, but the crew will have booties on their boots until they get to the outside the crew access arm and then take those off and they go through the clean room, but that catches anything else. And then you can see there's like a little piece of Kapton tape over the hatch seal, so everything is protected to maintain the integrity of that hatch. And here they are coming to take a look at the rocket.
That's right. There's Matt and Mike walking over to get a good look at their ride to space.
And like we mentioned, it's hard to see because the helmet's heavy and not really melt to tilt backwards, so you got to kind of lean back.
Yeah.
And you can see he's bracing his chin, trying to tilt the helmet up.
Taking a nice long look.
And as you mentioned, the capsule is being used for the 5th time, but a brand new booster. And SpaceX has
recline back.
Pioneered the reuse of both the booster and the capsule, so pretty amazing. With the.
Yep, 5th time Dragon, 1st time Falcon 9 today. And now here they are. They're getting into an elevator that will take them up the launch tower. We won't be joining them inside the elevator, but we do have a picture of the buttons inside there. If we can pull that up as they walk inside, as you can see, the bottom floor is Earth. And where they'll be going to is space.
Makes it very easy to know which button you have to push.
Yeah, no confusion there, huh? Was it like that for you, or is that a new addition?
I think the space is a new addition. I think for ours, it was still the other numbers correspond to the feet off the ground, is what those numbers are. And so you can imagine with Artemis, it's going to be an even bigger number. They actually come up here. There's actually kind of 2 floors. They come out here and then wrap around and go up another very short set of stairs that goes up to the actual level where the crew access arm is at.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw that since they're going into the clean room, you saw the ninjas have they have the hoods on for their hair as well, like I mentioned. So 21, like we mentioned before, that's Denise, who's the ASP. It's a little harder to tell that now that everyone's got the hoods on.
That's why the numbers are probably really
exactly.
important.
Yep.
All right, so we have Matt and Mike walking up, like you said, a set of stairs. That'll bring them to the final level where they'll connect.
Correct.
To the
Yep.
crew
And
access
those yellow chevrons you see on the ground, if they have to egress, they don't actually have to go back down those stairs. There's slide wires that go from the top of the tower down to the ground, and so those chevrons are meant that if there's bad visual conditions, you can look down and know which way to go.
So they'll be walking against it to get into the crew access
Correct.
arm.
Yep.
But if there were an emergency, they'd be going with the chevrons.
Right. You can see over their right shoulder is the access arm, and then you can see Alexander and Jeanette down at the bottom of the elevator getting their time and their chance to take a look at the rocket.
The rocket recline, and then we saw some waves from Alexander.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool view with all the lights on it at night.
wonder how they're feeling in this moment to see their ride. I mean, and to also be at the base of this rocket. Like, we've been seeing beautiful views of it, but to really be at the bottom of it looking up, that's when it becomes really...
It's pretty exciting, and I think that's why I think 100% of the people you see, even though it's uncomfortable on your head and shoulders, still tilt all the way back, because it is a pretty impressive sight to look straight up and just see the rocket and actually get a sense of scale. Because it's really hard for us when we see it from a distance, with nothing to really compare it to, you kind of lose that sense of how big it actually is.
To the left side of your screen, that's a great shot from, again, our flight ops team here. That's a helicopter that's orbiting the pad right now, giving you that beautiful shot of Mike and Matt. They're making phone calls.
Yep, so you can see in the left-hand picture is the view of where they're at on the pad arm, and the right side was the crew access arm, and on the right-hand view, you're seeing number 21 Denise there operating the pad phone there for them to call to their family before they actually go into the crew access arm.
Yeah, the mission specialists are about to catch up right now with, there you go, with Matt and Mike there. So this phone call, you mentioned that Denise helps them, and it's because of the gloves they're wearing, right, to dial? Yeah,
exactly. It's and also, again, we're just super conservative about anything getting contaminated or touching anything. So, but yeah, it's mostly just because in the gloves, it's hard to actually, probably a high likelihood of misdialing, trying to dial a phone.
And this is an opportunity maybe to call some of the folks that you did just see at Crew Walkout to say, hey, I made it, but also others, right?
Yeah, it could be that. It could be people that maybe couldn't travel here for whatever reason, maybe aren't well enough to travel, but are still pretty important people in their life. So that's the other, I think, common thing that people might do. You see they're getting rid of the cooling units there. So they left them. You can see like the bottom, the middle is one of those blue cooling units, because as now they transition into the crew access arm.
And there we have Commander Matt Dominic, pilot Michael Barrett, walking down the crew access arm towards their Dragon Endeavor. Walked into the camera. Here they are now into that white room, like we were saying. So it looks like they are removing their gloves now.
Yep, it looks like they might be signing the around the meatball here.
So this is another tradition. Yep. We have the NASA meatball here, and starting with Demo 2 with Bob Hurley and
Bob Benkin and
Bob
Doug
Benkin.
Hurley.
Yeah, oops, I was like, whoop, wait. You say their names often, all the time together, and then, but so they sign their names around this meatball.
Yep, and then it started, as many traditions start, once one crew has done it, then you keep doing it.
Running out of space there, too.
We're going to need another meatball.
And right next to the meatball was actually the SpaceX logo. And that is signed by the crews of Axiom 1, 2, and 3.
Yep.
Axiom Space is the first commercial company to transport private crews to and from the International Space Station. And they launched all 3 missions with SpaceX. And the logo is also signed by the Inspiration 4 crew, so the first all-civilian crew to orbit the Earth. So again, this is like a physical representation of all that we've been doing in the last few years, 2020.
And like a perfect representation of the partnership, too. I mean, you can see the public and the private right next to each other, and it just indicates that, enabling private space by utilizing government infrastructure. I mean, it's the same pad, the same facilities, the same Kennedy Space Center, and doing both things and working in tandem with one another to make it all happen.
So what's happening now? FOD checks, is that what's happening? Foreign object debris checks?
I think so. It looks like they're putting their hands back in the gloves, so they took their hands out to sign. It's crew preference on whether you want to ingress with your hands in your gloves or not, so it looks like they both are electing to put them back in their gloves now. Mm-hmm. So that's what they're doing now, is redoing that, and then like we talked about before, once Mike gets his back in there, they'll re-verify visually that it's the zipper's closed. Maddie there, who's got the white cuff checklist on, number 11, is also watching the time all the time and keeping them on timeline.
And you were talking about FOD again, foreign object debris. I mean, it is as small as something like a hair, which actually got into the seal for Crew 5's launch, and they had to reopen the seal, remove that hair before they could close the seal for launch,
Yep.
or close the hatch for launch.
Yeah, and that's why the last thing you saw the suit tech there is pull off that umbilical cover off their right leg. That was that white plastic piece he took off, because you're also trying to prevent any FOD from getting into the cooling loop or into the connectors there until you're actually in the, because the spacecraft is essentially kept completely sanitary and clean. So once you're in there, in theory, there should be nothing else that can contaminate the suit. And like we mentioned, they've got their booties off now as the last thing before they go across that piece. And then come Jeanette and Alexander.
Yep, Jeanette and Alexander. Jeanette Epps, Alexandra Grabenkin are two mission specialists for Crew-8, walking across the crew access arm, about to join their crewmates in Dragon. You saw some waves, thumbs up. They're chatting as they make their way across the crew access arm.
They'll do the signing of the meatball here while the other two are getting strapped in.
Yeah, the other two are already both in. So we have Matt and Mike already inside Dragon. Going into Dragon, that's called ingressing. They just ingressed into Dragon. This crew is moving.
It's better to be ahead than behind, that's for sure.
Exactly. So that's Alexander signing right there. And now Jeanette.
And you can see, like you alluded to earlier, like why they don't all four try to get in at the same time. In microgravity, it's easy to do because you've got the vertical and three-dimensional space you can use when you're not constrained by 1G, but here on the ground trying to have four people and the suit techs and the hatch techs, all those people all in the same spot, it gets pretty crowded.
Yeah, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 people either in the capsule, at least 8 people, either in the capsule or in the white room right now. So as you said, removing their boot coverings, essentially. Walking on that sticky tape to grab anything off of the soles of their shoes before they ingress as well.
Yep, and you can see the techs are making sure their helmet is protected on the way in.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, you can see that the 4 seats across, and then below the seats, it gets a little wider. So probably fit one person laying horizontally. So it's actually pretty comfortable.
Actually, Dragon is configured for 7 passengers. Dragon is configured for 7 passengers.
Some use the iPad, some maybe have wave for Matt there.
waving, yeah. Finding the camera, he sees us. Thumbs up. I think that's for you, Raja. Thumbs up. I think that's for you, Raja.
Rotary knob that those 5 straps go into.
And it looks like on Mike's right leg, that's where the that they're now attached to.
Yeah, so the umbilical gives them air, both for cooling and the breathing air, and then also it's the comm link. So that's the two big things. That's the two big things. That's kind of like I mentioned, this is now where they're putting on what we call the crew configured items. So it looks like maybe that's a mirror, I think, like a wrist mirror. I think like a wrist mirror.
Explain what those rules are, Raja, and why we do have to keep a close eye on launch weather.
Sure, yeah. So the flight through precipitation is just kind of the physics of a vehicle going really fast. If you imagine a vehicle going really fast, if you imagine concern that it causes structural damage, and then the anvil clouds is
SpaceX field deep check.
Pilot loud and clear, how me? Pilot loud and clear, how me?
And also improving trends along the ascent corridor. So teams are growing even more optimistic that today we will see Crew-8,
time capsule in Endeavour. There are patches along the bulkhead to his right.
Oh, look at this view. It's a really tight space, but I really appreciate
Of the stuff below Mike and Matt's feet, you can see not just the people going up there on the Crew-8 vehicle, but also cargo. And so the white canvas bags are called white canvas bags, are called. You can bring back, which is a pretty amazing capability that we now have with the Commercial Crew program.
Yeah, I mean that's the reason why they're going up to the International
yeah,
Space
it's
Station. Why they're going up to the International
yeah,
Space
it's
Station.
all
As well as their seats to be rotated into the launch positions.
Yeah, so what you're not seeing in this view is all the activity in the white room as the techs are starting now to clear out those hatch seal. So now we'll listen in here as they run through all
Copy,
the
let's
different
do
loops.
it. Let's go left to right across the vehicle. MS1 across the vehicle. MS1. Report when ready for that.
Ready for rotation.
Copy. Copy.
Able to easily get in and out of the capsule. You saw they could kind of stand as they did that, but it wouldn't be the best to be in this position for launch.
Dragon SpaceX initiating seat rotation. SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
They staying on their chest and head, which is a much more sustainable, basically body position to have.
Yeah, basically you're saying that if they were to stay in the position, And so what you just heard on the mission audio loops again is that they are confirming, they have confirmed that the seats have been rotated into the launch position, and now they are
Do we see it? Your go for section 3.
Hey, go for 3.
Unlike the leak checks in the suit room, the leak checks in the suit room in this case, seen delays later, you want to build all the pad that you can.
So on the right hand of your screen, we're seeing again inside.
Ready to go to basically troubleshoot it right away.
Oh, that's great. As you can see from the graphic on your screen up next,
You can see he's got like a little lint-free cloth there that he's dabbing at something on the seal. The capsule, make sure, there was nothing, nothing accidentally left behind, nothing out of configuration. Kind of one last check if all the straps are tight. Chains or radio frequency chains, or you may call them loops, or they may also call them drag into ground, space to ground. But all the it's just different ways of referring to. It's just different ways of referring to. Lots of people talking, but the crew only hears a very small subset of that through what either the Capcom or the core relays to them. But there is for launch the ability of some key the average controller probably has like 14 or 15 loops that they're listening to and talking on and having different conversations. And then the long tradition in space flight, that
crew operations and resource engineer.
there you go. So that would have been one for someone to ask about social media. They would have stumped me. But you had it. Yeah, they would have stumped me. But you had it.
Countdown 1. Comm check.
DC check and loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm.
LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD! Check it loud and clear, we're excited.
Hey Matt, got you loud and clear. Stand by. Hey Matt, got you loud and clear. Stand by.
The ISS family, the Houston family, there's the F9 Kennedy family, and so about a year prior to launch, the crew first starts actually interacting with the same folks that and just like the crew learns to work together, you learn to work with those people and all the controllers and hear things in their voice that give you an indication of what's going on. Some of those voices are coming. supporting, and it's a amazing job to be able to do that. And it sounds like Matt and his crew are ready to go and excited.
We are now at 2.
Pretty awesome picture of their sad faces. that the third turtle wasn't going to be up there for a while, but they're ready to catch Endeavour when it shows up to dock with the space station.
Astronauts inside of the Dragon capsule, and right outside, again, the white room as they work to close the side hatch there. Display screens in front of them. They also have completed their suit leak checks to make sure their spacesuits are working properly.
One person kind of running the procedure, then other persons checking the procedure signed off, one person documenting it all. So as all those pieces are coming out, they're basically
Three mission. The two of us are providing audio commentary right now, but we plan to expand our coverage about an hour before launch. In 2007, made 2 deployments to the North Arabian Sea, flying close air support missions in support of Operation Enduring Freedom.
It's one of the favorite things he likes to say is so many questions. So he's a bit infamous for always having lots of questions for the instructors, but I think both they and us come away learning.
For his contributions to space medicine research. He lives in League City, Texas with his wife Michelle, and they have 5 children. 5 children.
Cool for him to get to see how it's grown and how the science has really matured, and it truly is an orbiting national laboratory, and all the research that's going on, which is near and dear to his heart. So
Epps. Also a first-time flyer from Syracuse, New York. She was a NASA fellow during graduate school and then worked for Ford
but yeah, so excited for Jeanette. Like I mentioned before, such a cool background for her. I mean, everything from Ford to the CIA. Like it's a
Engineering Institute in 2002, where he majored in the engineering, maintenance, and repair of aircraft radio navigation systems. He then attended the Moscow
And at this point, pretty much what they're doing is kind of going really prepping for what's going to come. So when it's later and you don't have time to talk about it, you've done all that now.
Right. Yeah, a lot of things happening in the background, and as we again continue to monitor,
If you go to nasa.gov, or just Google nasa.gov how to be an astronaut, it actually lists some of the requirements there, but essentially have a master's degree.
job at NASA. You know, we have a wide variety of jobs that support space exploration. So just because maybe math and science aren't your favorite subjects, of course, Artemis, NASA's campaign to establish a long-term presence on the moon. And then what we learn from that, we
seals that they're checking.
wow.
And so sometimes what can happen, what's pretty common. Was already documented or already known.
Yeah. Yeah, like we said, Crew-5, a hair
Yep.
was in the seal.
And
that is
it's
unacceptable.
Worth putting a lot of time into.
And that is
it's
unacceptable.
Worth putting a lot of time into this.
Is set for T-1 hour and 55 minutes, so we still have some time.
So 10 minutes ahead.
Yep. Still have some time to get that done and do it right.
The other thing that's
Since we mentioned the clock, a reminder to everyone, T0 liftoff time today is targeted for 10:53 p.m. and 38 seconds.
And taking pictures and comparing it to old pictures, so kind of exactly like we suspected. Saw a hair, clean it off, and then probably photo documenting where the hair. Plan time to start the leak checks.
Let's try to squeeze in another social media question. We have a lot coming in for you, Raja. This one is from Leslie.
Yeah, so it's completely dictated by the orbit of the space station, so that's the ultimate target of where Dragon's going. So based on where the space station is, something now, you'd have to open the hatch to go get it. So it would be not great to, this would not be the time for Mike to get out a pocket snack. so, so damage something.
I mean, most of us can think of it as if we were flying on a commercial plane, right? And like during takeoff, we're told to stow our belongings.
Right. It should be holding, you can add basically what's called positive pressure to the vehicle and make sure that it's not, that value is holding. It takes a little while because you have to account for the effect
crew brings a stuffed toy with them to space as a zero-gravity indicator. When that toy starts floating, the crew, as we've seen, who've been strapped into their seats,
Sasha the Sloth.
And Raja, this is video of your crew's zero-G indicator. You guys also had a very specific.
Past T-minus 2 hours, we're going to step into a health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change, and then we'll be back in pad hatch closed.
Wrong with the launch escape system.
Right. So just checking that real quick. A critical piece of
Actually strapped in that tightly, you, unlike if you're in a roller coaster or in a car and you slam on the brakes and you move forward before the reel locks, you're strapped in so tight that when the engine cuts off,
explain their choice. Again, also a nice thing for the whole team to do. Again, like they design their mission patch together. They pick a zero-G indicator together. Again, it just
one, but the test article is still here on the Earth with me.
because the sequence could be FOD.
They could be FOD, exactly.
Wow.
Yep. Because since they're slightly metallic, if they were to come loose,
to the International Space Station to help maintain the orbiting lab and to conduct science experiments and technology demonstrations.
Crew flying the Boeing Starliner heading up there soon.
Yep, it'll be a crew of 2, as you said, NASA astronauts, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, the mission. Astronaut Tracy Dyson, she's going to arrive to the space station aboard a Soyuz spacecraft. A really dynamic time for Crew-8 to be up there and doing work.
Yeah. So.
And doing work.
Yeah. So I. And then quickly they'll be the ones running everything up there along with TC.
And Crew-8 is also going to perform at least 3 spacewalks.
Like if you had something broke on the outside of their house, the only thing you can do is go out there and fix it. And so they'll be doing that with the radio frequency hardware. Is an S-band antenna that people who've seen the space station online or pictures know the solar arrays, or they're called the SAWs, the solar array wings, are massive. They're huge. And so if you'd had to take those apart and add
research, including whether algae may improve spacecraft life support systems.
And so that's, it's so amazing to know that you're a small piece of the program, a small piece of the research that does that. It's really an honor. The research that does that. It's really an honor.
Feel like to travel to space?
I think the best analogy, you kind of feel like a superhero, is the ability to float. So I think that's the thing I miss the most. I think that's the thing I miss the most.
As many of them as he can.
I'm sure there's many more that I'll get to, but yeah. So you can see him attaching the fall harnesses there. Is they're basically reaching out.
You are watching the closeout team on the pad in the White Room, preparing for the crew access arm to retract. Crew access arm to retract.
Systems, Dragon, Falcon, and the pad look healthy as we continue ticking down. I do have a weather update for you. It's been trending better since our L-4. Trending better since our L-4 hour.
Love and life, hang it out.
All right. And I did get some
The pad, weather trending better again than yesterday, 85% go. They are looking at some rain farther along the you inside Mission Control in Houston. It's the hub of human spaceflight at NASA, as you can see there, with flight controllers who constantly monitor the International Space Station and the
professional astronauts that visit the International Space Station anymore. The orbiting laboratory was recently home to the third private astronaut mission called Axiom Mission 3 or AX3. They will no longer be referred to as Crew-8, but rather join as Expedition 70 flight engineers. We have a photo of Expedition 70 that is currently delivered on upcoming cargo flights. NASA's commercial strategy for low Earth orbit will provide the government with safe and reliable services while also supporting an entire commercial
Space station approaches its end of life. America will maintain leadership in LEO by enabling a new era of commercial spaceflight. Through the commercial
T-minus 1 hour, 40 minutes from launch, as we're taking a live look inside the White Room, which is at the end of the crew access arm. This is how
We are answering big questions about Earth and about space, about where we came from and about where we're going. But the other thing that we're doing is we're learning more questions to ask. Learning more questions to ask.
Deadlifts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies that will be critical to our return to the moon and greatly in low Earth orbit. We're inspiring future generations from a platform that is one of the largest international collaborations of
see movement and stuff outside the windows. So just giving them the situational awareness that they shouldn't be seeing that anymore. If they are seeing movement, that would mean something else is happening. What else is happening with
You know, they designed it together, and let's take a look at it now. We have the Dragon bowing with respect to the ISS as it stands watch over Endeavour. Crew-8 says they're taking up. So we will do left to right. Alexander we have there. Family photos and things that remind him of home. To him. So he will be bringing that up to the space station with him. And then Jeanette, she'll be bringing up a photo of her mom.
precious things for you and your loved ones are usually what go there. So in my case, it was my wedding ring, and then some basically pieces that my children in the future use for
Speaking of Jeanette's work ethic, as we were talking about, she's probably one of the most thoroughly cross-trained astronauts in the Corps right now, because again, trained in Dragon Endeavour flying on its 5th flight. That's the most for any Dragon spacecraft. Right, Raja?
Yeah, it's the fleet leader, and the original fleet leader, and the original. Yeah, of course, it's the 5th flight. What else would it be? So it's the impossible has become the common.
Right, and the plan for the commercial crew program is after Endeavour flies. The astronauts we're tracking today: Commander Matt Dominic, pilot Michael Barrett, mission specialists Jeanette Epps, and
You could have a launch escape trigger, but once it's in orbit, it's not in that state anymore. So all those systems are saved, and so that's why a really key vehicle
constantly monitors the performance of those critical components. So if there is a major malfunction, if that is detected, that flight computer is programmed
by the commander and the pilot, who have a way to force launch escape. And that acceleration is important because keep in mind, if it happens during launch, the rocket is still accelerating, so the rocket is still accelerating, so you actually
Andreas Mogensen, JAXA's Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos' Konstantin Borisov. You see them there? They launched from Kennedy Space Center in August of last year. They've
every crew maybe organizes the food a little bit differently in terms of how we have breakfast food here and lunch food there, or maybe we break it up by there's meats in this drawer and vegetables, there's meats in this drawer and vegetables in
testing new water bottles.
Yeah, so soft water bags that we'll use hopefully on future Dragon launches, potentially as part of the Artemis program as well. Mars missions, the more efficient we can be with that, the better.
So a lot of planning and coordination has to happen to bring astronauts home safely. So I want to introduce everyone now to Samantha.
Florida, when we're bringing these astronauts home, we are continuously learning about the hardware associated with the capsule, the parachutes, the recovery vessel, and the way we overcame them together as a team, and having that mission be successful as my first with Commercial Crew is something that will stay with me for a long time.
can send you push notifications. It'll look just like this. You see on the top there of upcoming viewing opportunities based on your location. The app will also track the station location. The closeout team also closed the hatch, which also gets its own leak check.
So we kind of talked a little bit about it before, but you know, I think what a lot of people don't necessarily even realize, and you know, just the amount of data everything, and at all points conferring with SpaceX, consulting with them, make sure that everyone agrees that everything looks good. So it's the team has just continued to flourish, and that.
Since astronauts lifted off from U.S. soil. The historic launch also marked the first crewed flight by a commercial company under NASA's Commercial Crew program. Piscay. Endeavour splashed down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida, after spending 199 days in orbit, a record for an American crew transport space. Over its 4 flights, Endeavour spent more than 450 days in orbit, the most by a crewed spacecraft, surpassing Space Shuttle Discovery's 360. Systems began installing and testing these emergency egress baskets at Launch Pad 39B at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The baskets are in That's your Artemis Moon Minute. And next, for that emergency egress system, teams will test the baskets by
put people in it.
And you're having a big hand in the Artemis campaign, yeah?
Yeah, I think our entire office is involved, which is one of the So there is no shortage of work going on for Artemis right now, and the astronaut office is heavily involved in helping with all of that.
Yeah, all
Amazing science on the space station. There is really no bad place you could possibly be working or supporting right now within the agency.
And for Artemis updates, as we explore our universe.
Yeah, and so it's not, like we talked about before, it's not just the development going on, but all the training that the Artemis 2
See the crew there? They are flying on board a SpaceX Dragon named Endeavour. We've been talking about it, record 5th flight. We've been talking about it, record 5th flight.
This is probably one of the most challenging times for this crew because you're so ready to go, but they're also just since everything has been going nominal.
Seconds Eastern Time. We have time now for another Ask NASA question. Another Ask NASA question.
Mark Rober here. I've got an Ask NASA question. And my question is, I remember the first time I looked through an actual telescope and just like what that felt like.
That we had and the joy that brings to another person, seeing a human have that much joy. I think you're absolutely correct. The stars look a little different, but I think for me at least, visual experience, and for me, just emphasized how important it is to take care of the planet we live on.
Wow, that was a beautiful shot. Times with your beautiful.
Great view of the rocket there.
If you're just joining us, welcome to live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's eighth rotational
basically what's going on inside. The next big steps, I think we expect another weather update. Seems like everything's trending positively, and then from there, starting the
minus 1 hour mark, so we'll be listening in for that. Now, liftoff time is still holding for 10:53 and 38 seconds Eastern time.
the launch, and then the extended family, and then lots and lots of visitors here to see, the fifth flight of Endeavour, which again is just amazing, just to think about.
Next up, mission specialist Jeanette Epps. This NASA astronaut hails from Syracuse, New York, and once worked as a CIA
So pretty impressive.
Yeah, impressive crew, impressive what they've done to get here to today. Okay, so let's take a moment to also recap launch day preparation. Walking out to greet a crowd of family and friends. After getting into their Teslas, the astronauts joined a security escorted caravan for
once the launch escape system is armed, you'll see the crew will be pretty much still. They're going to keep their arms, their hands, their legs all pretty much inside the restraints, all pretty much inside the restraints. It's good when they're ahead like this because you don't want to be rushed to going into that, and so having the chance to review and talk through that as a crew on the intercom is super helpful.
And Raj, as we take
is super helpful.
And Raj, as we take the commentators joining us live from Hawthorne, California. That's where the SpaceX mission team is located. So we want to welcome now Sandra and Jesse.
On board, as well as a veteran NASA astronaut.
Today's crew will fly aboard the Dragon spacecraft named Endeavour, which previously flew NASA's SpaceX Demo 2, Crew.
Copy, Section 5, will go.
And some great calm. To the moon for NASA, which we'll talk a little bit more later in the program. All of these missions we just mentioned continue to bring us closer and closer to our ultimate ambitions, closer to our ultimate ambitions. Thanks, Jesse and Sandra. We are back in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control, Houston. The crew will be making their journey today to low Earth orbit, which
where NASA will become just one of many customers. The AX-3 crew spent about 2 weeks on board the station, completing important research experiments and conducting outreach activities. As we get closer to launch, let's take a look to see what's in store for Crew-8 while on board the International Space Station.
At ourselves without the force of gravity to discover its true nature, we can develop better countermeasures back here on Earth.
The International Space Station is
an experiment in and of themselves, how our cells behave, how our blood changes, how our bone density changes, muscle mass. We're looking at everything to figure
the ISS is, I would say, a very critical stepping stone in human exploration.
Powerful launch vehicle ever developed. It's a fully reusable transportation system and will transform how we access space because it's designed to carry a massive amount of cargo and also in testing, our engineers are proving out all systems necessary to make a trip to the moon possible, such as propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that will take crew and cargo from the program ended more than 50 years ago.
That's right. On February 15th, as part of a commercial mission by the company Intuitive Machines, they sent a lunar lander to the surface of the moon. Until the lander's solar panels were no longer exposed to light.
When the time comes for humans to explore the moon and beyond, they'll have to take everything beyond. They'll have to take everything.
I'll send it back to Megan and Raja at KSC.
And since we're hoping to go farther into space than ever before, NASA is in the process of gathering as much data as possible.
Things like behavioral health, so stress or sleep, physiological changes like bone, muscle, how does exercise impact that, nutrition, food, medical. I was just talking about earlier about behavioral health and physiological changes, and really what Cypher is designed to do is to say, how do we connect those dots? All of those risks, how do they interact? Sound and lighting, or the environment on a surface mission, so lunar dust or Martian dust. And so all of these hazards can impact spaceflight, but there's also
Thanks so much. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a commercial sales manager here at SpaceX. We are coming up on just about 47.5 minutes to launch, and our teams are carefully moving through the process. And as Jesse mentioned earlier today, the Dragon launch team, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X in Florida. And if you're joining us on the Space Coast, you know it's about 64 degrees outside with light ground winds. So overall, we're looking good for launch in just about 45. Operations and Resources Engineer, who you'll hear us refer to as the core. And the 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation,
In that state until LaunchScape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain in their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the LaunchScape system, following crew arm status has started.
and with that, we are moving forward toward launch. Propellant loading will begin in about 10 minutes, and crew
Timing.
Go ahead.
All right, Matt, we're looking at one closeout photo of the side hatch, doing some analysis on it.
The Super Dracos we talked about earlier, the valves that supply prop to them are actually open, so you can actually hear that and feel it, the vibrations in the vehicle, and that's part of the training flow in the vehicle, and that's part of the training flow.
System armed sooner, Raja?
So you want to wait until you don't really have any other alternative, and that we wait until we start loading prop. Is once there's prop on the vehicle, it's essential. They're actually going to pull up a screen, and Matt and Mike will be able to see the parameters that trigger an automated escape, and they'll make sure that everything is within limits before they.
You are not go for arming the command. How copy?
Dragon copies. Can we preemptively close visors? Close visors.
Photos, we saw them spending some more time with the lights and the pictures, wiping it down, just to make sure they're happy with what they saw.
So making sure that the side hatch and the seal escape system, which obviously needs to happen before we can proceed to launch.
Yep.
We're expecting that in about a minute. That is the time that
get the fuel and the oxidizer into the Falcon 9 before launch time. And as long as the launch escape system is armed, which is a pretty quick command and pretty instant.
Go to close seat visors. Visors closed. We are arming the launch escape system.
Copy.
And with that call out, again,
You expect that you'll hear some
Launch escape system is verified armed.
over the past. And it looks like they're starting loading prop now, which is the next major step. And so now
liftoff.
And so at this point, the crew, like I mentioned, with the launch escape system armed, is pretty much in flight mode. So
One, a rocket-grade kerosene going in, and also liquid oxygen loading on the first stage.
and the
And they have two daughters. He has a Master of Science degree in Systems Engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School, designated
through a damaged seal. We do believe the crack is small enough to be bounded with margin by existing analysis, but the team is still working it and double checking. How copy? and double checking. How copy?
Basically what they're doing now is prop loading in parallel with that.
Right, because that call out gave us some insight into why there was a delay in arming, the
the subject matter experts and use that photo evidence compared to the analysis and the development verification information to make sure that we're confident that everything's good. Make sure that we're confident that everything's good to go.
propellant loading is happening on the Falcon 9, but there is an issue still in review, which is a small crack.
Again, talking back and forth with the ground, sounds like maybe they might get an update as well, as what my guess. They'll probably get an update about that point from the ground control team.
Experience.
Как сказал однажды Константин Эдуардович Циолковский, наша Земля — это колыбель человечества, но
how the body works that we didn't even know existed without finding them first in space. That includes mechanisms to lower your blood our favor as much as possible, and our mission will definitely contribute to that.
T-minus 27 minutes and 10 seconds, 27 minutes and 10 seconds. And
You don't launch until it's right. Now, Pam is an astronaut space shuttle commander. She's flown 3 times in space. She's flown 3 times in space.
Six days for my first flight, 3 days for my second, had a couple of strap-ins. You're right, not as many as you. But I think, it's important to remember that the crew,
program.
Well, it's unbelievable. Just think how much the cost of launching has come down as a fact of reusing.
Climate. We also had a successful landing on the moon for the first time in over 50 years. So, Pam, can you speak to what's next for SpaceX and NASA together?
Well, Jasmine. Chaser. And then you look at the rest of what we're doing in science. We have an eclipse coming up. It'll be the last eclipse.
Of course, we still want to keep our eyes right now on Crew-8. So thank you so much, Bill and Pam, for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, our friends at SpaceX, back to you.
to its destination, each providing 90 pounds of force. That doesn't include the 8 Super Draco thrusters used for an abort, which are no longer active once the crew seven human spaceflight missions on behalf of NASA and visited the space station 38 times under NASA's commercial resupply and commercial crew programs. As all
slow down the rocket enough to perform a precision landing back down on landing zone 1.
Meanwhile, the second stage continues to orbit, powered by one single Merlin vacuum. Help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
With T0 coming up in just about 19 minutes and 30 seconds, our teams at the Cape and Hangar X are doing
also continues to report no issues, as they are go to support tonight's launch. Weather also looks good, and we are still tracking less than a 10% chance of violation at our if we hear a hold called for any reason, we will have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity, which is tomorrow at 10:31 p.m. Eastern. So with all systems
visible boundary that helps us monitor spacecrafts arriving and departing. After docking, the crews will perform a series of leak checks and then work to...
Working. Expect more words here in a few.
Paul Kanya will be on console on Tuesday for docking. That's it from here in Mission Control Houston. I'll toss it back to the team in Florida. Megan, how's it looking?
Thank you, Rebecca. If you're just joining, thank you, Rebecca. If you're just joining us.
One open issue, that's also kind of the logical time for them to update Crew-8 on the status of that before they go into the final terminal count. Not to say that they can't continue working it during that 10 minutes, but that
Including NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara. She's been on board since last September and delivered this personal message to her soon-to-be new crewmates.
Up here. I hope you guys have a beautiful launch. I hope you enjoy the special time that you're going to get to have in Dragon together orbiting Earth. And we'll be on board.
our city on the next Soyuz up to replace Laurel. So we'll be tuning into that just a few weeks from now on March 21st.
T-minus 12 minutes, 48 seconds. Minus 12 minutes, 48 seconds.
see that a crack they saw in one of the photos, it sounds like. Whether that case and the analysis shows that we have what's called margin, meaning there's not any concerns for the worst. There's no more important thing than the human and human space flight, and so we want to be absolutely sure that they are good to go on their way to the space station.
And when we take that.
Dragon Captain.
Okay,
Okay.
so with that.
With that, Crew-8, confirmed displays are configured for launch. Launch.
All right.
Thanks so much. So with that and Crew-8 sounding excited for liftoff, our next major countdown event will be
also being worked in tandem and monitored by the team. These include cameras aboard space station, reboost capabilities, as well as a console that monitors trajectory to ensure The crew will report out number and letter combinations, which mark different abort zones throughout the flight up the eastern seaboard. The first two, 1A and 1B, and did need to abort. So again, you'll hear these different callouts throughout the flight uphill, along with key performance callouts from guidance, navigation, and control officers.
Use this process to bring the engine hardware down to a cooler temperature before flowing all of the LOX and propellant into it during flight. At liftoff, Falcon 9 is consuming 700.
All of that RP1 is now loaded into the first stage, and we did hear that the second stage was completed a short time ago as well. We're still loading liquid oxygen on the first and second. Before flight, where we will hear that the liquid oxygen is finished on board the second stage.
There's a call out over the nets that we are moving forward into strong back.
And so the next major milestone that we're tracking today is stage 1 LOX load being complete. We expect that call out at about 3. So everything continuing to go as planned this evening. We are now 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from the launch of Crew-8. Standing by in about 15 seconds, we should hear the call out that the second stage LOX load is complete and that Dragon is in auto idle.
Stage 2 LOX load complete.
And with that, you did vented over just shortly. And you can hear it even better now. Something else you might see here in a few moments is water being poured onto the pad. Because rockets are super loud, the sound can impart loads back on the rocket itself. So that water helps absorb and prevent the sound from hitting the structure and reverberating back onto the rocket. Coming up on 1 minute until launch.
Dragon is in countdown.
The flight termination system is armed, and We are in
Dragon,
countdown.
SpaceX, go for
45
launch.
seconds.
Dragon copies. Go for launch.
Reports go. Crew reports go. Now
T-minus 30 seconds.
about 30 seconds away from liftoff.
$15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power. And liftoff of NASA Crew-8. Go Falcon, go SpaceX, and go NASA.
One Alpha.
Endeavour ascends, a beacon of human ambition. 1.7 million pounds of thrust now propelling Falcon 9 and Crew-8. Vehicle is pitching down range.
Nominal power and telemetry.
And we are getting good call-outs on propulsion. Falcon 9 engines now throttling down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
With that call out, we know that Falcon 9 is now moving faster than the speed of sound.
Stage 1 throttle up.
1 Bravo.
So with that call out,
Copy 1 Bravo.
we know that Falcon 9 is throttling back up, and that 1 call out for 1 Bravo means that we are in the second and final abort mode for the first stage, continuing to get good performance from Falcon 9. Now at this point, the crew are already pulling over 2 Gs. And with that call out, we know that that engine chill for MVAC, which is our second stage engine, has now also begun. That also means we have a couple of events that are going to happen in rapid succession. First is that chill on the MVAC engine, and then we'll have main engine cutoff, or MECO, where the 9 engines on the first stage of Falcon 9 will cut off ahead of first and second stage separation. Then the Merlin vacuum engine on board the second stage will ignite and carry the Crew-8 astronauts to orbit, while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth. At this point in the flight, the 9 Merlin engines are starting to throttle down, and we're standing... There's that call out for throttle down, and we're standing by for MECO.
MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
MVAC ignition.
2 Alpha.
Copy 2 Alpha.
So those incredible views on your screen, and of course the cheering behind me, means that we have had successful main engine cutoff, stage separation, and ignition of our MVAC engine on board stage 2. We are also in 2 Alpha for the aborts if needed. Of course, that second stage is being illuminated on the right-hand side of your screen by our single Merlin vacuum engine on board stage 2. Now, the next milestone we're tracking is the stage 1 boost back burn on the left-hand side of your screen. And we are expecting completion of that burn in just about 10 seconds.
And so Crew-8 is now traveling at over 4,000 miles per hour. We're continuing to get good call outs, everything going really smoothly today. That second stage will continue firing until we reach about 8 minutes into the flight.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Dragon.
Good performance on the lone Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage. The crew's G-load dips right when we hit the separation event, and it's going to continue to build up now. Again, we just heard another call out for nominal trajectory. That was the guidance, navigation, and control officer stating nominal trajectory, or everything is looking good. Dragon is pointed in the right direction, continuing its flight uphill. This second stage will continue to fire until a little over 8 minutes into the flight, accelerating Dragon to more than 17,000 miles per hour and placing the crew in orbit. Right now, the crew is traveling at 4,500 miles per hour and is over 93 miles in altitude. That single Merlin vacuum engine can produce over 220,000 pounds of thrust in the vacuum of space, and you really see it doing the heavy lifting right now.
So while Crew-8 continues on its way to the International Space Station, the first stage booster is on its way back to landing zone 1.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Confirmation there that the trajectory for both vehicles is looking good. Now, the first stage has a couple of events itself in order to land. At T plus 6 minutes and 16 seconds, stage 1 will begin its entry burn, which will be the first of 2 burns prior to landing. During this burn, Falcon 9 will ignite only the center engine for about 10 seconds in order to slow the vehicle down before it reaches the denser parts of the Earth's atmosphere. That will be followed by the landing burn at T plus 7 minutes and 21 seconds. This time we'll light 3 engines, and the burn will last for about 20 seconds, ending just about a minute before we expect Dragon to be inserted into orbit.
And so we did also hear a couple of different ground station call outs like Bermuda. That is one of the ground stations that we're receiving telemetry from, and everything continues to look really good with the trajectory. The crew now traveling over 6,000 miles per hour. Again, this second stage will continue to light for a couple more minutes before second engine cutoff. At that point, the vehicle will coast for a few minutes before separation. And it looks like we're starting to get some views of the Florida coast there on the first stage as it continues to make its way back to Earth.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Continuing to get good call-outs, everything going smoothly. Now almost 7 minutes into the flight of Crew-8.
So the next milestone we're standing by for is stage 1 landing burn start. Again, as stage 1 approaches the Space Coast to touch back down at landing zone 1.
Stage 2 FTS is safed.
And it is great to see that first stage back on Earth. Coming up, next on the second stage is second engine cutoff. You can hear some excitement here at Hawthorne at SpaceX headquarters as that first stage successfully landed back on Earth. So second engine cutoff will take place here in just a couple of minutes. Once the lone Merlin engine cuts off and stops firing, the second stage will continue to coast for about 3 minutes until Dragon is commanded to separate. At this point, Dragon will separate from the second stage and will fly free with Crew-8 still on board and in orbit.
Shannon!
Copy, Shannon.
And that call out for Shannon, indicative of Shannon, Ireland, the very last abort zone in the second stage. The Merlin engine is about to shut down. You just saw it there on your screen.
Dragon.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Hearing good callouts following second stage cutoff. The crew is in a nominal or as expected orbit. That is great news. That launch escape system. And we are getting our first view of Crew-8 inside Endeavour, 3 of them in space for the very first time. So again, we'll continue to coast for these few minutes after that second stage just shut down. This helps to allow rates and motion to settle out. There are actually small reaction thrusters on the upper part of the second stage that can be used to counteract any residual motion, basically making sure that we're in a stable coast before Dragon separates from Falcon. We expect that separation here to occur at about the 12-minute mark into the flight. So again, we did hear that the crew has been successfully inserted into a good orbit. This is the crew in microgravity, 3 of them for the very first time, all good callouts.
So right now, the second stage is performing a series of checkouts as we prepare to separate Dragon from stage 2.
And so we will see that separation coming up in just a couple of minutes, after which a number of activation checkouts occur automatically. First, we'll be checking out 12 of the Draco maneuvering thrusters all around the service section of the Dragon spacecraft. And then we'll also begin to get ready for nose cone opening. Nose cone stays closed for the flight uphill to help protect all of those guidance, navigation, and control sensors. It also covers 4 of the Draco thrusters that will be used for the majority of the different phase burns, requiring Dragon to catch up to the International Space Station. So we are standing by for Dragon separation to occur here in just about 30 seconds from now.
Of course, the view you have right now on your screen. Oh, actually, now that our view has transitioned, you're getting a great view of Dragon's heat shield. This camera is on top of stage 2 and looking up into Dragon's trunk.
So if you're just joining us this evening, we had a successful launch of Crew-8. They're on their way to the International Space Station. The first stage has already returned to Earth and landed successfully, and the second stage has shut down, and we're awaiting separation, and you see it on your screen right there. Dragon and Endeavour now flying free.
Dragon, SpaceX, this is your launch chief engineer.
Go ahead.
Welcome to orbit. It truly is our greatest honor for you to trust us to launch you into space. It's been a pleasure working with you, and we trust that all the science and work you're about to do will continue to move humanity further towards the stars. We hope you enjoyed the ride, and thank you for flying on Falcon 9. Please send our regards to Crew 7, and make sure to remind them you just wanted to be fashionably late. I'll hand it off to the launch director for a few words.
Dragon LD, hope the ride was as awesome as a Cybertruck. Have a safe journey to the space station, and we look forward to seeing you when you get home. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
SpaceX, oh my goodness, what an incredible ride to orbit. I'm both glad and not glad that you don't have a copy of our ICS. The cheers the whole way up were incredible. A big thank you to SpaceX for incredible instructors. Tyler, I'm talking to you and your team right now. Incredible instructors, engineers, and operators. They're the reason we are now safely in orbit. A thank you to NASA, Roscosmos, CSA, ESA, JAXA, who work together to make the International Space Station work for us all. And of course, big thank you to my family, friends, and mentors who are the reason we're here today. Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, hey, Earth, just to let you know, it's kind of like a roller coaster ride with a bunch of really excited teenagers. want to mention the NASA community is just a really warm but steely-eyed family that does amazing things, and it kind of hugs you, but it pushes you into the unknown while watching your back. It's really been an incredible place for me to grow over these past 30-plus years, and now I'm really honored to fly this new generation spaceship with this new generation crew. Thanks to my own family for tolerating my otherworldly habits. Thanks to NASA for being the backbone of exploration that we are. And just thanks so much to our friends and colleagues at SpaceX for the awesome ride. It's great to be back in space again.
And I would like to second Mike and Matt's words. I'm super excited to be here. And, I need to hear, and the words that come to my mind is that I'm so grateful and I'm thankful for everyone who got us to this point. There's no way we would have been able to do this without all the people, from all the instructors, from all the people supporting on the ground, to the folks in the kitchen who kept us fed, and Liz out at SpaceX. I'm so grateful for everyone, and I just want to give a big thanks to my family and friends who came from all over the world to see this. Thank you for supporting me through all the days of waiting to get to this point. Thank you for everything, and I want to give a quick shout out to my sisters who couldn't make it, Brenda and Patty, and then I'd also want to give a nod to Syracuse, who supported me through everything, and I am in a New York state of mind right now. It is amazing. Thank you for everything.
Warm greetings to everyone from the orbit. I would like to express huge gratitude to Roscosmos, NASA, ESA, JAXA teams, and all who took part in preparation and implementation. A separate shout out to my family and friends. Thank you for your support. My sons, Serежа, Vlad, Sasha, be good. Кузбасс от Москвы. See you soon. Всех тепло приветствую с орбиты. Выражаю огромную благодарность коллективу Роскосмоса, НАСА и САДЖАКСа и всем без исключения причастным к подготовке и реализации нашего полета. Отдельный привет передаю своей семье и близким. Спасибо вам за поддержку. Сыновьям Сережа, Влад, Саша, будьте молодцами. Кузбасс, Москвы, до встречи.
Dragon, we copied all, and we see the vehicle chasing down the International Space Station on orbit. Nose cone opening is in progress. We saw nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts with that your go to raise visors. And I've got one final note. We have a tradition on board this spacecraft for its travelers to bring a small token, a zero-G indicator, if you will, to clearly demonstrate the free-floating nature of objects traveling in orbit around the Earth. And I wonder if you've brought anything fitting that description.
Well, you should ask. Oh, man. So per tradition, we, of course, have a zero-G indicator. It's already been deployed. The significance of our zero-G indicator is not actually what it is, but who chose it. Many parents around the world have jobs that take them away from their children and families for long periods of time to serve their communities, their country, and the world. Military families are a prime example, but many jobs, including our own, share this trait. The choice of the zero-G indicator was given to my daughters to represent the sacrifice that children everywhere make while their parents are serving away from home. We chose a stuffed family dog, and she is free-floating here today.
Matt, we copied all. Good words. I think we don't have video inside the capsule. We'll have to come back with you in a minute for a video of that stuffed dog.
No worries, thanks.
So right now on your screen, you do have that initial video of nose cone deployment. And again, the nose cone is opening to expose those 2 sets of hooks that Dragon will use to autonomously dock with the International Space Station. Of course, loved hearing that crew's description of their zero-G indicator, and we're standing by for those views. Zero-G indicators really do become an important symbol of microgravity flight and the communities behind each mission. So for those of you following along, you'll know that our first zero-G passenger was Little Earth on demonstration mission 1. Here's Little Earth on board Dragon on that DM-1 flight, and later on board the ISS. Today, just 5 years later, we've reached 50 people flown to space. From 0G to 50 in just 5 years is pretty incredible. And of course, here in Hawthorne, I actually have the real Little Earth that went to space safely back on Earth with us here in Hawthorne. Little Earth is a celebration of zero-gravity indicators, an essential component of space missions that help mark the transition into zero-G. From Yuri Gagarin's famous pencil to modern indicators like Little Earth and demonstration missions to Tremor the sequin dinosaur, zero-gravity indicators have become a way for all of us to connect with and celebrate human spaceflight. Human spaceflight has come so far in the last 5 years. SpaceX has launched 9 human spaceflight missions on behalf of NASA and 4 commercial astronaut missions. That's a total of 50 crew members to space since 2020, 34 on behalf of NASA and their partners, and 16 commercial astronauts, including the first all-civilian mission to space and the first all-private passenger mission to the International Space Station.
In addition to flying people, SpaceX also enables researchers the opportunity to fly critical science to orbit. SpaceX and Dragon carried over 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit and the International Space Station and transported over 300,000 pounds to and from the station since 2012. Researchers from around the world use the space station to address complex human health problems on Earth, studying disease formation, testing drugs and diagnostic tools, and examining the inner workings of the human body. At any one time, the station hosts hundreds of investigations spanning every major scientific discipline from physics to microbiology.
Every mission yields critical research and learnings that help make life both on Earth and in space better. From DNA sequencing to 3D printing, studies on the space station test a variety of technologies, systems, and materials that will benefit life on Earth and be needed for future long-duration exploration missions.
ETS and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts, and we see an upcoming burn in 23 minutes, 2-3.
Getting great views of Crew-8 on board their capsule there and standing by hoping we might get a shot. There is their zero-G indicator. Loved hearing the crew's description of who chose this animal and why, and everything that it means to them, to their mission, and obviously the community standing behind each of these 4 astronauts.
And in addition to that, we heard some great words from the crew expressing their thanks and excitement to be on orbit. Really great to see them successfully on their way to the International Space Station. We had a successful nose cone deploy as well as those Draco checkouts, everything continuing to go really smooth. So for now, we're going to end our coverage from here in Hawthorne until we pick back up with our docking coverage in about 26 hours.
So for now, we're going to hand it back over to Megan and Raja at Kennedy Space Center to wrap up today's launch coverage.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we just watched Crew-8 lift off from Launch Pad 39A. 3 NASA astronauts and 1 cosmonaut now en route to the International Space Station. I'm Megan Cruz. This is NASA astronaut Raja Chari, and we got to see an incredible launch. What a clear night.
That was amazing.
Dragon SpaceX. Cabin environment looks good for suit doffing, and we'll take the camera external here in just a sec. Your go for 4.012 suit doffing.
And that's the question we were just talking about before we got back online was when are they going to actually start doffing their suits?
Copy to go, 4.012 suit doffing.
And so you heard the calls there. So first they wait for the nose cone to get open. They wait for the Dracos to be safed, which was the launch escape system. And then once they've verified the cabin atmosphere is good, that's when they can take off their suits. And as you heard them say, they're going to take the cameras external, because basically they're taking off their spacesuit. And it's pretty sweaty. You've been laying on the back for a while. But you could hear it in all their voices, the excitement. And like you said, what an amazing night down here at the Cape. It was super clear. You could see.
Dragon cameras are exterior.
You could actually see the staging, and it was
Copy external.
Amazing view, and I got to see the first stage come back, so it was a super clear night, and we got to see the second stage turn into just a very faint star all the way at Seco.
Yeah, and it's great to see some friends launch of yours. You're really close with Matt and Mike, I understand, and really it's nice to see a launch, because we really waited till T-minus 10 minutes to know whether or not we were going to go.
Yep, yeah, and it's it's always exciting when it comes to space flight, even more exciting when it comes to human space flight, and just great to see the team come up with a technical solution, look at all the data. As you heard, them keeping the crew informed, like we talked many times tonight. The core is the person and the Capcom that they are talking to, but there is literally hundreds of people talking on loops and making engineering decisions and trying to go back and look at analysis data. And so a great testament to the team tonight to pull all that data together, as they always do.
Yeah, and to make sure that they're safe at launch and also re-entry. So great to see the launch again. And once they get to the space station, they're going to have a hand in some incredible science investigations. And here's Jasmine Hopkins with more on that.
Thank you so much, Megan. That's right. We saw another beautiful, spectacular launch from here on the Space Coast. And joining us now is Dr. Ji from Emory University to talk about Project Eagle. So, Dr. Ji, what is Project Eagle?
Our goal is to investigate the impact of space microgravity on human heart microtissues. These tissues are generated from stem cells, and they are a potential source of cells for cardiac regeneration. One challenge is that these heart stem cells are largely immature, meaning that they're not as fully developed as the heart cells in our body. So we are trying to find ways to push these cells to develop further, because transplanting immature cells could actually increase the risk of complications. The good news is that we found this heart muscle cells become more mature under ground-based simulated microgravity. And we would like to confirm that observation under real space microgravity.
Right, so we're kind of taking what we've learned here on Earth and seeing if we can apply it in space. So with that in mind, we've been studying heart health in space for quite a long time now. So is Project Eagle going to tie into any of the other research we've already done?
Great question. Yes. Actually, our experiment is built up on several interesting studies on the space station, including our own. For example, on the space station, heart stem cells or precursor cells grow faster than under standard gravity. So in our new experiment, we would like to learn if this beating heart muscle cells can develop further and become more mature under space microgravity.
Right, so we're kind of taking that that research to the next step there. And of course, that's really important because we're looking at going even deeper into space. But actually, is, things like Project Eagle, could that actually help us on Earth? What we're learning in space for our heart, could that benefit our heart health on Earth as well?
That's good. Another good question. Yeah, so we hope to learn, identify the molecules or conditions that can be helpful to promote the maturation of heart cells, because that could help us develop new strategies to push the cells become more mature on Earth. More mature heart cells are more reliable for repairing damaged heart, and those more mature heart cells are also useful for develop new medications to treat patients with heart disease.
Right. Yeah. So it's great to see, we're taking it in space, also benefiting our life here on Earth. Thank you so much, Dr. G. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Of course. All right, Megan and Raja, back to you.
All right, we're about to wrap up our coverage here, but I want to take one last social media question because this one is super cute. This one is from a 4-year-old, Robbie, and he wants to know, what will the crew do to pass the time on the way to the space station?
Well, Robbie, hopefully your parents are typing for you and you don't have your own social media account as a 4-year-old. But it's actually probably the best time, both at the beginning of the mission and at the end of the mission, because on the ISS, your timeline down to 5-minute increments. So you're going. So this time in the Dragon on the way up and the way down is kind of the time to honestly look out the window, enjoy the fact that you're in space, for all of us, we've trained and spent most of our life getting ready for those moments, so actually getting to savor that and enjoy it. And you heard Mike Barrett talk about being able to look, he said it was like being in a roller coaster with a bunch of teenagers. So, it sounds like there's a lot of joy in that capsule right now. On the serious side, they are starting to probably be working with the cameras, taking some Earth observation photos, things like that. But it's mostly just starting to get the cargo ready so that when they do dock, they can be ready to go. They'll have to now start worrying about the rendezvous timeline, so they'll be monitoring the burn. So each time there's a phasing burn to get them closer to the space station, they'll be monitoring that and preparing for it. And then when it gets time to do the actual rendezvous, they'll get back in their suits and then start monitoring the systems and being ready to jump in for anything that's off nominal. So they do keep relatively busy.
I was going to say, sounds like they're doing a lot over the next...
There's plenty to be done, but it is a nice chance just to decompress a bit and enjoy the fact that you're in space. And there's some adaptation so that the ISS is a much bigger volume, so it's actually kind of helpful to use the Dragon where you're confined. You're pretty clumsy at first, and so you can't go very far without running into something and stopping. So you can use the Dragon as sort of like with training wheels, get used to microgravity before you get on the space station and go.
So they can actually get out of their suits in these next 28
so
hours.
when you heard them say they could do the suit doffing procedure, they're absolutely unstrapping, taking the suits off, putting on some more comfortable clothes, and probably depending on their timeline, they may immediately go to bed. They may have some time to eat and then get up later. So it all depends on the docking timeline.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for that insight. And Robbie, thank you so much for that question. That's going to do it for us here on NASA TV. But you can follow along with Crew-8's entire ride to the station by listening in to real-time mission audio. And you can check that out by scanning the QR code on your screen. Or if, again, you're watching us on your phone, just screen grab the code, and then you can click on it later. Now, Matthew, Michael, Jeanette, and Alexander are on course to arrive at the International Space Station around 3 a.m. Eastern Time on March 5th, so Tuesday. On-camera coverage of docking and arrival will resume about 2 hours before on NASA TV. And that's really always fun to watch.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just the faces of the crew. I mean, I think we showed some clips from earlier before, but it's both exciting because they're coming onto the space station. It's so bizarre to have trained so much at Johnson Space Center in the mock-ups and then see the real thing, and it's upside down or sideways, and just your mind trying to take that all in. And I guarantee the smiles are going to be huge. As you saw, Laurel's excited to see him. Everyone's excited to see everyone. It's a really weird family reunion when it happens in space, but it's probably one of the most fun ones to have. Well,
and of course, before we sign off from Kennedy, I want to thank Rajachari for joining us, co-hosting his second launch with us. I hope you had a good time.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I think I outwore the jinx this time, so I
thank
finally
you.
got.
I appreciate that. What we're going to do is sign you up for Crew-9. That's right. You heard it here, folks. Crew-9, Rajachari co-host. And a huge thanks to all of our guests for joining us today, but most importantly, thank you all for watching. And you can keep up with any updates on this mission using the online resources we're going to put on your screen right now. For everyone here at NASA and SpaceX, have a great morning or evening. It's still 11:25, and we'll leave you now with a look back at highlights from Suit Up to Liftoff. Inside the Suit Up room, where we see our 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut. And the point of this card game is so that the commander loses, to use up his bad luck. Here they come, Crew-8, taking their first steps outside before their journey to the International Space Station. Crew is departing from the Operations and Checkout Building across Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A, walking over to get a good look at their ride to space. Commander Matt Dominic, pilot Michael Barrett walking down the crew access arm.
See, the techs are making sure their helmet is protected on the way in.
Jeanette Epps, Alexandra Gravenkin are 2 mission specialists for Crew-8, walking on that sticky tape to grab anything before they ingress as well.
We see 4 seats in the launch position.
They're closing the hatch now.
Full power and liftoff of NASA Crew-8. Go Falcon, go SpaceX, and go NASA.
Endeavour ascends, a beacon of human mission. 1.7 million pounds of thrust now propelling Falcon 9 and Crew-8. Vehicle is pitching down range.